Hello, friends, and welcome to Talking with Famous People. I'm your host, Eric, the host of Talking with Famous People, and the person who's going to do his very best to alleviate your boredom. I've heard rumors, more than rumors, first-hand accounts that Boba Fett's bored. So, naturally, I pushed the general alarm button, and my team of underlings scurried about trying to find something entertaining for Boba Fett, and getting the stream set up and going as quickly as possible. God, it's not fair to make that man wait for live streams. I mean, he's barely consumed several thousand hours of my content. This is no time to be limiting his access. So here's the thing about streaming on a Sunday night at midnight. Not your most thronging YouTube great hall. Fabio Martins. Fabio Martins, you've come to my party. Have you brought Sophia? No? And she's in Prague, huh? So, I actually have this, Sophia's your on and off again girlfriend. She's an Italian activist in favor of insect rights. Not a lot of insect rights activists, but that lady is. Well, she tells you she's going to like political things. She doesn't specify what it is. She's in favor of strong legislation that makes intentionally killing an insect a capital offense. So nowadays, when there's a cockroach on a table in Italy, all the proprietor can say is, "Mamma mia!" There's no other remedy available. That's how Italy is now. Ever since the COVID, you know. Prior to the COVID, it was a country filled with people who refused to die despite having shit tons of reasons to do so. And that Italy, boy, I tell you, you've never seen a country so chock full of 90-year-olds with 3 or more pre-existing conditions dying of things, of something that's not any of those things, right? Anyway, nowadays, if you go to Italy, it's all children under the age of 10. The entire rest of the population has been wiped out by COVID. Horrible. Absolutely horrible story. I blame the fact that we weren't alarmist enough about it. You know, when in doubt, freak out is the best, probably the best response to just about anything. When in doubt, overreact, freak out, panic, and start foaming at the mouth. Then people will take you seriously. Oh shit, something must really be going on here. Where's my bong? An eternal question that frequently evades answer. Even though it's not a small bong, it shouldn't be easy to hide. And yet, I guess it knows all the secret hiding places. I think maybe my bong's an introvert. When I'm not using it, it sneaks off to have its own time with the internet. Going down its rabbit holes, you know. We all have our shape of preferred rabbit hole. For some, the rabbit holes are square. For others, triangular. Still others have circular rabbit holes. What was I planning to do with the ball? What ball? Do I have a ball? I have a bowl. I now have a packed bowl. Would you like me to transubstantiate this bone rip to you? I can use magic to transubstantiate it. As the archpastor of the Yaelorian Church, I've been empowered to do this. What I will do is I'm going to use this fiery flames of Yaelor's truth and my powers as archpastor. I'm going to transubstantiate this bone rip. That means my lungs are going to do all the work, but your head's going to get all the flavor. I hereby transubstantiate thee. There, you have now officially entered manhood. You are entitled to marry, to own property, including up to 3 wives. And you are now entitled to be a supplicant before the king, should you need to ask for his intervention on some matter. A lot of things come along with the transubstantiated bone rip. Boba Fett. On a break from the good smoke. Tough stuff. Yeah, well, my basic feeling on marijuana, intoxicants in general, piggity piggity pia, is marijuana is kind of objectively for everyone. Even though normal people have their own unique relationships with drugs, but marijuana is kind of objectively for everyone the only technical intoxicant that you can really sustainably go full blast all the time on it and not incur any problems. So whatever bad habits you have, my advice to everyone in the world is if you've got multiple bad habits and one of them is smoking weed, and you consider it a bad habit, get rid of that one last. That one's not really a big deal. It's the most sustainable of all the habits. More sustainable even than cigarette smoking, I think. So, Boba Fett, me and Fabio are going to La Playa in Europe. So Fabio already has his Speedo, obviously. But Boba Fett, you and I are going to need to go purchase Speedo brand Speedo swim trunks because we'll be at the beach in Europe. And when in Europe, wear the gayest swimsuit you can is the old saying, you know. Then Fabio and Boba Fett and I will stand hip to hip on a short dock and have a visiting tourist take our picture. It'll be called Bulgin' on the Aegean Sea. Fabio, Europeans, it's well known, if they're not wearing Speedos, they're wearing lederhosen. So it's not any better. So just accept your reality. You Europeans wear silly clothes and go to silly discotheques and have insane contradictory socioeconomic policies that you try to impose on all your member nations as though sovereignty wasn't a thing. European Union. More like European on all the countries. There's no sense of humor without prejudice. You know, I really hate people who say that. They're terrible people. Oh, wait, no, that's prejudice. Listen, there's nothing prejudiced about why did the chicken cross the road. That's the world's most classic joke, okay? And from when you first heard the joke, why did the chicken cross the road? And you heard that amazing punchline to get to the other side. Every time since you've heard that joke, you found it, if anything, even more hilarious than the previous time. It's kind of got the opposite scope of most humor. most humor has the lowest of all possible replayability. Not the chicken crossing the road joke. An equivalent anomaly in that area is the how many Polish people are required for a light bulb screw in. Now, what people a lot of times don't realize, what the joke is, in Poland, the light bulbs are a different shape than the light bulb hole. So it's really quite a challenge to screw it in there. You've got a square bulb and a round hole, and yes, the threads line up, but it's always touch and go. That's why the Poles have so much trouble changing light bulbs. People always assume, oh, it's a problem with the Polish people. No, it's a problem with the light bulb technology, obviously. I mean, I liked your sentence, Fabio. I like that quality of transliterated stuff where words are used wrong and cause you to reframe how you think about them somewhat. So, like, well, there's no sense of humor without prejudice. I mean, it's so true because it's like there's no sense of humor without taking advantage of the fact that other people move through the world as you do with prejudices and assumptions that allow humor to surprise them. If it weren't for those prejudices and assumptions, humor couldn't be surprising, and surprise is a necessary but insufficient burden for humor. If it doesn't surprise you, it's not funny. You know, it's like I was watching a live stream of mine the other day, and there were a couple times when I made jokes that I had forgotten. Totally, I'd made. They totally took me by surprise. A couple of them made me burst out laughing. Like, I was talking to Khalifa, the Wizard of Oz, or whatever, and and I'm like, my words are worth 1,000 times what your words are worth, which is still zero, but you get the point. So that was a pretty funny math joke, you know. Okay, that's that's laughing at something sort of as an object of hilarity implicit to its identity, right? That's not laughing at an effort to make you laugh, I mean, that's kind of the holy grail of art because I'm trying to make you laugh, right? There's no way to validate joke making except on one metric. It's either funny or it's not. In contrast, music, you can talk about. Are you watching the original Baki? No, Baki is not an effort to make people laugh. That is somebody who is a good drawer, an ESFP, with ESFP interests about like being tough and shit. And because his mangas were visually compelling and their stories are stupid in ways that 12-year-old boys are gonna like. Okay, well, I'm talking about the original one. If the new one is, but I would not put it past. I would not put it past the new one to be just as bad as the other one. I mean, there's this thing that also happens in this show called The Outcast. Like that's also probably written by an SFP. SFP storylines, they like set it up, right? Like, okay, your main character is going to enter into this martial arts tournament. But then they think like storytelling is well, he was supposed to go up against this guy in the first round, but surprise, things have changed. Now he's not fighting in the first round. And it's like, okay, you're not following through to get the juice out of the thing you set up to juice. You know, you're overusing extroverted intuition or underusing introverted intuition. Fabio, okay. The reason you're confused is those teeny little brief style spandex things you're wearing currently while doing your shopping at the grocery store. That's what we're talking about. Those are Speedos. You know how you're at the grocery store right now with no shirt on, no pants on, just tight Lycra shorts? Like short shorts? That's the Speedo. Baki is a terrible, terrible, terrible anime that you can watch on Netflix. Now, having said that, I can think of no other example of a show that I found so uniformly terrible that I watched so much of. And the problem is that I think part of the reason was I just kept thinking, is it ever going to go back to that thing or finish that storyline or explain that thing? Or it can't be this bad. Now, when I'm watching on Netflix, I'm watching at 1.5 speed, and I'm also clicking the 10-second forward button like constantly. So it goes pretty quick. I mean, the thing is, if you remember what the first one was like at all, it's got this sort of, somebody else pointed this out. I don't remember who it was who pointed it out, but I'll repeat basically the gist of what it is. That there's this third slot TE thing where the author gets off on just describing TE without any justifications or make any sense at all, but just the having to execute a complicated TE thing is gratifying in and of itself, like Poison Hand, right? So Baki spends all this time explaining Poison Hand. Well, first what they do is they get a jar and they get a poisonous insect, and then another and another, until they've gathered all the poisonous insects they can find. And then they pour sand in there. And then once you've got that set up, there's a decent chance you'll never have Poison Hand. Why not? The agony is so bad that most people who attempt to get it end up chopping off their own hand before they're done. Oh. And then, what do I have to do? Every day for 3 hours, you will hit poison sand with this hand over and over and over for 3 days straight, for a total of 36 hours of punching into the sand. Then, in the moonlight on the fourth night, you'll pour the sand over your hand, wash it with a pitcher of clean water, and from that point forward, anytime you hit anybody with that hand, they'll get poisoned. Like that kind of let's just make up a bunch of arbitrary steps because it's cool to execute a lot of steps, which, is not cool. It's not cool to execute a bunch of steps that aren't explained as to why they would have to do this or how this would work, or like, why would punching crushed up poisonous bug mixture with sand cause your hands to attain the capacity to poison others permanently? It just doesn't make any sense, right? It really doesn't make any sense at all. Hey, Eric, hope you've been well. Well, if hopes and wishes were popes and fishes, we'd all have a Catholic Friday. Yeah, I've been fine. I hope you've been doing well too. I'm going to reciprocate words of well wishing So, you know, consider these words of well-wishing, coins tossed into your wishing well. Go ahead, make a wish. No, not that one. No, that's a dumb wish. If you really want to. Okay, all right. Okay, make that wish. That's fine. That one was fine. God, I'm spelling like a rock. Spelling like a rock. Drinking a few peanut butter flavored beers? That sounds so gross. You wish that I have a good day? Well, your wish is going to last for a full 11 hours and 26 minutes because the day just started. It's 12:34. So I've got 11 hours and 26 minutes of guaranteed good day as promised by Ghostwriter. Now, I can have faith that that's going to actually occur because why? What do I have behind me? What do I have behind me tonight? Do I have regular geometries? Do I have Euclidean geometries? No, I don't. I have sacred geometries. Now, those are the most magical geometries of all. You can't go wrong with sacred geometries. Unless you're attempting to deal with a secular issue, right? You know what I mean? But I don't know if you've tried to use secular geometries before. It's like you're supposed to do it this way, that way, and right and wrong. It's like, guys, that's not how we use the word geometry. Okay? What makes a geometry sacred? Is it A, the geometry represents the shape of God? B, is it because the geometry has magical powers? Or C, is it because the geometry is simply divine as a home accessory? Symmetry. Well, I've got an ear on each side of my head. Does that make my head a sacred geometry? And look, like this one, this isn't even what do you call it? What do you call that thing? That you said that it was. You said it was like yeah. What is this? See. You said it was symmetry, right? That's not even symmetrical. Look at this one with this little moon and the little sun and these little tingly danglies inside the circle. That's not symmetrical. This thing on the right is making it overbalanced to the right. So, is that a sacrilegious geometry? Are geometries that lack symmetry sacrilegious if geometries that have symmetries are sacred? Do my essential oils that I use in my aromatherapy each have their own sacred chemistry? And is there also an equivalent sacred biology? Sacred algebra? Is there a sacred calculus? I want to know why only geometry gets to be sacred. What about my dick? Did the Indians say anything about my dick being sacred? It's kind of symmetrical. I mean, you know, that line that goes on the bottom of your penis, if you've either seen or have a penis, you probably know that line I'm talking about. It's called the vein of life, technically. I learned that from Brittany. My vein of life is not terribly symmetrical. It starts off fine, a nice straight line. But as it gets near the top, it starts to curve off to the side a little bit. Is my penis therefore sacrilegious? I mean, unfortunately, it's not a bent penis. It's like, some people apparently have a penis that goes like, and then it'll like bend over here, like, wow. Which I always thought sounded very strange, but apparently some men do have curved or bent penises. Not me. Mine's nice and straight. But the line on the bottom of it, if I had hired Caltrans to put the line down the middle of that road, I would say, you need to go back and redo it. You're going to lead cars into the next lane over, If there were cars driving on my penis and using that line as a center line of the roadway, it would cause accidents. All right. I'm going to look it up. I'm going to change this image. We're going from sacred geometries to sacrilegious geometries. Actually, ended up Google. I couldn't remember the term for it. I Googled mystical shapes, and it popped up sacred geometries. Okay, so sacrilegious geometries. These don't seem that sacrilegious. Sacrilegious. We're going to put negative geometries. Negative energy geometries. Let's see what I'm up with. All right, fine. Let's put non-sacred, I guess. Non-sacred geometries. Like, why would this be so hard to find? Because any sensible person, it would seem to me, when the first time they hear about so-called sacred geometries, is to say, okay, cool. So how do you tell the difference between a sacred geometry and a non-sacred one? Symmetry? Oh. So basically you're saying some things are symmetrical? I mean, that's true. Not especially insightful. And what exactly is it that makes the thing sacred? Is it, like, what's the linkage between symmetry and sacredity? Why is it that symmetrical things are more sacred than unsymmetrical things? These are the questions that need to be asked. These are the questions that need to be answered. These are the questions that live in my past. These are the questions that giving me cancer. Okay, there we go. I'm going to switch up the image now. Sorry, that was a lot of work. But it's done now. A lot of hard-fought SE. We lost a lot of good men on this expedition. But it was worth it. After all, I'm going to change the background picture. If I can find it. What did I save it as? I saved it as pew, 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 pew. There. Okay. Let's find out which geometries are sacred and which ones are just secular or sacrilegious. Blaspheming. What is this? A triangle? You know that's a blasphemy architecture, don't you? Yeah, you can't have geometric shapes that are triangular anymore. They've been declared blasphemous. All right, let's look. What makes these things sacred? Well, let's find out. Maybe something important. All right, let's expand it to make it readable. Piao. And piao. Okay, so right away, immediately, forthwith, I have an objection. I have a clear objection. I think you can all tell what it's going to be. Who knows my objection? Should be obvious right when you look at the thing. What's my objection? That dot is not a void. It's a dot. Duh. Okay. This next one, spherical octahedron. Okay, everybody. That's called a circle. Let's not complicate things unnecessarily. Vesia Pisces. Okay, that's called two circles. Tripod of life. Second day. If it's the second day, why do you have 3 circles? Third day, 4 circles. Whoever came up with this coding system here really just set themselves up for confusing people. On the 4th day, they held the Olympics. That's surprising. I guess they didn't have the logo quite down yet. On the 5th day, they had 6 circles. On the 6th day, they had 7 circles. And finally, they're like, see, now it looks like a picture. This is what God was doing, I guess. The Bible says he was creating things on these days. You'd be surprised how lazy he really was. And on the first day, yeah, like the day before, he did some prep work. He'd drawn a circle. And the day before that, he did a little bit more prep work. He had drawn a dot. On his first official day of work, he said, I'm going to work hard. I'm going to get a lot of done today. He drew 2 circles. 2 circles. Okay. Who's actually responsible for making the light and the water and all that kind of shit? It was a team effort by the angels, some of the proto-demons who were still pretty nice at the time. God gets all the credit, of course. Okay, so now that we've realized that God is really not working very hard for those beginning of time kind of things, now let's check out what else we can learn. The flower of life. I mean, that doesn't look anything like a vagina, really. So, terrible name. The Holy Trinity. We already have 3 circles above that. Okay? Can't use 3 circles to mean 2 different things. Genesis pattern. Well, that doesn't generate anything. Star. I know that one. Leaf in a circle. Egg of life. That's not egg. That's like a clump of grape seeds. Would you ever eat an egg that looks like that? This chart is all lies. That's no egg. Okay. Listen. This plus this plus this plus this does not equal this box here, okay? This is complete bullshit. I want this thing to record my mouse. How do I do that? So I can point with it, you know? Properties? It's too hard to figure out, unless somebody knows already. So I guess I could point to it with my fingers. Okay. So look, how does this go into this? What's this flow chart here? Go to this, go to this. But if it goes to this, it goes to a box. How does it go to a box? That doesn't. What? What's the pattern there? What are those flow charts trying to flow? That's what I'm trying to say. Look at this thing. This is just a lot of these little flowers from this one put together into a big flower. This thing. Well, okay. That one's really kind of boring. You didn't set it up to succeed by positioning all these big time fancy things around it. Kabbalah. This is just like circles and squares, three-dimensionally kind of. But look at this. I want to point out something. Look at the flower of life, full body female. What can we learn from this? They're trying to trick us. They're trying to trick us into thinking they're doing various things. It's just a bunch of circles. Okay? They're not really doing anything that fancy. Like this thing here, I could totally draw that myself. That's not reference grid mail. That's just 5 lines. What about this one? This is a bracket. This is called a bracket. Okay? If you love brackets, you'll love my new restaurant, Deep Fried Brackets. Now let's look at these tube Taurus. Tube Taurus doubled. Tube Taurus half cut. Okay. None of those are going to be effective tubes for any purpose. Why? It's like they're made out of doily material. When do you need a tube made out of doilies? Never. Okay. Now let's look at this one. Metatron's cube. That's not a fucking cube. Who's making up these names? That's no cube. Bunch of circles and triangles. Tetrahedron. Likely story. That's not a real shape. Hexahedron cube. Again, that's not a cube. That's just circles and lines. Octahedron. Okay, these are too many shapes. What is the purpose of all these shapes? Why do you even need these shapes? If these are sacred, I mean, what? This is just a box, a regular box. How is that sacred? Come on. The box is sacred? A triangle is sacred? I mean, if you're gonna try to throw fancy shit like, Spyro Gyro tool play game thing, that we used to do when we were kids, and you get that pencil thing and it makes it go like this. Fine. At least it sort of has the mystique of mystical. You might fool someone. Oh, yeah, that's sacred. Nobody's going to be fooled by this box, this regular old box. That's not sacred. There's nothing special about that shape. If you've played any Dungeons and Dragons, you're not going to be impressed by the 8-sided die, the 6-sided die, the 10-sided die, or the 20-sided die. You're just not going to. You've experienced enough different sided dice in your life that's not worth wowing. If you're going to afford divinity to something, I want a miracle bigger than being able to roll a 20 on a single dice. Nothing special about sacredness. That which is sacred is that which is precious and not ever subject to any critique. Okay? So, my belief that I am the world's greatest opera singer is sacred to me. That means you must never disagree with me or point out any facts that might contradict what I'm saying. And if you do, you've engaged in blasphemy, and we're going to marry you to a goat. You'll have to be married to her for 7 years before you earn a female wife. Those are the rules around here. Metatron's cube is a mystical three-dimensional cube used by Archangel Metatron to watch over the flow of energy connecting Earth and the divine. It contains all 5 platonic miasmas. So it's like a prism for refracting the metaphorical light of archetypes. That's fun. All boxes are special, but not all special things are sacred. Okay? The sacredity aspect means that it's inviolate. So it's fine to make jokes about Jesus, and it's okay to make jokes about homosexuals. But you can't make jokes about the years Jesus spent as a homosexual without being blasphemous. And the reason is, if you mix two unrelated varieties of what would be by the letter of the law blasphemy, then they combine like ammonia and bleach to create a foul and potentially hazardous chemical. So hopefully that clears things up. If you've not been having sex with a goat, maybe you're missing out. Now, I was hesitant at first when the National Society for Goat Sex Awareness contacted me and said, hey, we've been watching your YouTube channel. We think you'd be the perfect sponsor for our new product, Goats for Fucking. We'll send you a free sample of the product, and we'd love it if you just give an honest review, test it out. You know, my friends, host Erik here, I was skeptical when I first got the email from Goats for Fucking, or we just call them GFF is the company name, asking me to advertise their product on my channel. I thought it was a joke. I mean, I'm not big enough to seek advertising things with, but it seems like these people that actually watch my channel determine that maybe I'd be somebody who'd really appreciate their product. And at first I thought, I don't want that. So basically, to explain the product, it's a little bit complicated. What they do is they rent you goats for fucking. But after talking to the CEO for a while, I said, well, I'll give it a shot, anything he wants. And when they deliver that goat, first of all, can I just say, a looker, couldn't have been a day over 19, which is pretty old in goat years, but I want an experienced goat, teats that showed ample birthings, ample weanings. They were robust teats, the kind of teats I didn't need to worry about chapping with my saliva. And, she was just such a patient, slow, rhythm-minded lover. We lay there together in the hay for a good 45 minutes afterwards, smoking cigarettes, and finally she said, I was like, bye. And I thought she was a little terse. I figured maybe she'd stay around for breakfast or something, but then the van came and picked her up, took her back, And I left the review. I said, I've never patronized a GFF store before, probably won't again, but I have to say, going into this, I had my thoughts, my expectations about what it would be like, how carefully they were going to, make sure the right goat for me. And I gotta say, they did an absolutely fantastic professional job. The goat was lovely. She was really friendly, nice, nurturing. obedient, and you know, I've never heard anybody say boss so often, but I guess that's a goat's favorite word. Horse Mumbler and I talked on the phone earlier. We have got in the works here a lot of the scenes, basic song concepts. It's really coming together. It came together in like 20, 30 minutes for the one act play, which I would like to produce. We could get people to act the lines at home and just sort of green screen everybody in to each other. For the play entitled Erik Thor's Yearny Boat. So, look, this is how the play opens. The play opens, the curtain rises, and there's Erik Thor with sort of like stage representations of YouTube channel, YouTube creator stuff, like a green screen or whatever, right? And the orchestra strikes up, right away. He's tapping, and then Bernice, like a helper, says, "Erik, I gotta go home. I've been in here since 7 a.m. Are you, but you know how I hate to leave before you." And Erik Thor says, "Yes, go. It's fine, And then he starts the live streaming. He's happy, and what happens is the first song, which is, "She needn't worry about me. I'm in INFJ. I'm making all the things I say for people to see. I'm INFJ." And then there's choruses on the other side representing the people, and they at first they're saying, "Yes, you're in INFJ, and tell us more about INFJ because we would like to hear." And then gradually, this song evolves into, first he gets some negative pushback. "No, he's no INFJ. He's no INFJ. Am I an INFJ? I'm starting to think maybe, and I'm not. Or maybe it's not worth it to." Okay, so then that's like the first song ends, and he walks off stage with his head hung low, right? Now, in the second stage, he's back at home, let's say, second scene, he's back at home, and he's reporting to his wife. He walks in and he says, "I just don't know. I try so hard to convey to people without offending them. But nobody can put up with any of it. I'm so mad, I could say something rude." And his wife says, that's when the next song comes in, which is a song of Build Back Up, right? "Oh, Erik, you know how you get when things don't go so well. It's usually, I bet, you've not been getting sleep. Have you got the fever, dear?" And he pulls away. "No, I'm just tired of all this endless bullshit, yes, I fear." And then she encourages him to, "Then just cut it loose, take a break, leave it go, be yourself, do the thing, da 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 da." And he goes like, "Well, I never really thought it, but perhaps you're just quite right. I could indulge this dream." They look off into the distance and then scurry off stage in opposite directions, okay? Cut to next scene. They're down by the dock, and they are in the market for and are in the process of purchasing, or maybe let's say Erik Thor has just finished signing the paperwork when the other cast members, his friends and his wife and his like kind of ill-intentioned bad guy friend who's on the trip too to make some extra action, right? Then the old sailor, okay? The old sailor has insisted that he won't sell the boat unless he's along for the ride too, because he doesn't trust Erik Thor's ability to captain the boat. So there's this really heartwarming scene. Where after one of the crew members catches Erik Thor making a mistake captaining the boat and spews scorn on him, which Erik Thor, being an INFJ, doesn't really have a snappy retort for. He's feeling kind of down. The old sea dog, who had been the one who was so hard on him, comes up and say, "Hey, Captain, remember, the boat's in your hands now. Act like it." And then the rest of the boat goes to sleep. Next song, Erik Thor on the bow of the boat, steering. Am I actually holding this and steering down this river? A dream from so long ago. I'm just enjoying my journey. Wouldn't it seem that's so? And you know it's not so hard. I can steer it over here. I can steer it over there. And speed it up and where? And toot, toot, toot the horn. And then crashes into some alligators. Right? You can see how this thing writes itself, right? At that point, they have to abandon the boat. They meet an indigenous tribe in the Amazon jungle. And every single individual in the indigenous tribe is an ESTJ. Now, as an INFJ, Erik Thor is having substantial communication difficulties with the Amazonian people. And they're about to shoot him with some of their poison arrows that they scrape the poison off of the frogs. When Erik Thor remembers the one Brazilian jungle people's word he knows and screams out, "Ayahuasca!" And all the natives relax. And then they all do a bunch of ayahuasca. Then there's the ayahuasca song, right? Which is basically, Namaste. Step 1, my mindfulness is here. Namaste. Step 2, I'm mindful and I'm near. Namaste. My monkey mind is quieted down. Namaste. Namaste. These drugs. Like that. Now, after that, or maybe before that, I think what needs to happen is sabotage, most foul, from one of the bad guy friend on the boat is actually the source of Erik Thor's crashing the boat. But Erik Thor and everybody else believes that Erik Thor was responsible for crashing the boat, right? And then there's this scene where he confronts him and he finally got him caught at the end, and he goes like, "Yeri, he's got it at gunpoint. I just wanted you to enjoy the journey." And the like other guy like spits on the ground. Easy for you to say. I've been toiling away at YouTube for and 2 months. You had 5 times the subscribers that I do. But why didn't you tell me? We're best friends. I would have helped. Would you? I've had a hard time getting in touch with you since you become a big famous YouTuber. And Erik Thor says, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I was arrogant." And then he says, "Oh yeah? And you're also not an INFJ." At that point, Erik Thor snaps. And one of the girls from the boat who's on the boat runs over and says, Eric, what have you done? What have you done? And he slowly, the gun dramatically falls from his fingers. And he says, I think I killed a man over there. I've never killed anyone, anywhere. It couldn't have been me. Was it me? Did I shoot him? Did I see the body fall to the ground? Dead, eyes so round. And then there's like an inquiry speech, an inquiry song during the court case, which is held in an unincorporated portion of on the border of Nicaragua and Brazil. So it's basically a kangaroo court. He bribes the officials and gets off. And then at the end, the very last scene, he shows up at my doorstep and he says, oh, I was just in the neighborhood. Oh, I can't lie. Will you be my mentor? I'll say, all right, Erik Thor, I will mentor you. I will mentor you in how to be a successful YouTuber. Are you sure you're qualified to mentor me in that, Eric? Oh, yeah. I've got thousands of subs. It's just that I have 35,000 subs. What? You do? But you suck ass. Eric makes friends. Eric makes friends in the typology community. It's like, I thought there was going to be something collaborative there maybe for a second. Hold on a second. You've got 35,000 subs? Wow, because you never say anything. I guess it's what people want. They want things that don't say things. You know, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying. And if you think about it, really, that's saying a lot. True words, wise words. Even your community thought Eric sucked. Yeah. Well, that's how it goes. You gotta be real vigilant in your use of C's and K's here, Ghostwriter. If you put a C where a K should be, we could go from allies to instant foes. So be careful. Erik Thor says, eat more queso. He needs to stop appropriating Mexican culture. He's racistly colonializing the Mexican people by stealing their word. He's from Sweden. He should know better. The proper relationship between the races is for the light-skinned ones to hate themselves and walk on eggshells around diversity, wondering what the hell is going on. But the transracial few rise above this through via uncertainty. I'm not just fluidly transracial, I'm herka-jerkily transracial. I'll be halfway Japanese and suddenly ripped into being Greek, you know. We are all going to die. Let's talk about that for a second. We are all going to die. And it actually occurred to me early in this lifetime, I don't remember what prompted it, but that's exactly the thing that nobody's paying attention to, right? Like, in a world that really that had any logic to it, right? Instead of freaking out about COVID or AIDS or cancer or heart disease, we level up. Listen, those are just symptoms. The problem is mortality, clearly. Our society has projected a frame of reference that says mortality must be fought at all costs for all people. Death is bad, but it ignores the fact that it's inevitable, and you will always lose the fight to eliminate ill health or degradation of body, you know? It's a fool's errand. And what I mean by that is the fool who undertakes that errand will be unlikely to attain its completion. You're a bit tipsy. I hope that's okay, everyone. I love you all. Indian night soon. Okay, well, you know what you have to say when a woman says they're tipsy in the Indian night soon? This is your chance for all you drunken guys in this thing. You gotta go, wee, show me your boobs. Like that. Chicks love that. You gotta get the woo right, though. Wee, show me your boobs. This is my boob, and this is my other boob. Okay, cool, thanks. Move along. You seem off? I didn't notice it. Do I seem off? I'm keen. Is that another word for off? I'm always odd. Well, but I will say this. I have multiple flavors of oddness. And I do have one vegan dish or so on the menu. Like, I don't pull it out very often. Not many people order it. But I do have the capacity to turn on fully normal professional when I have to. Is that voice cutoff thing an option? So, okay, so are you saying the noise gate bugs you? You don't like the noise gate? You don't want it to silence the noise? Or you do want the noise gate? Do you really want my noise gate? Do you really want to gate that noise? Or do you not enjoy my noise gate? Alright, let's see. Is that better? Is that better like butter? I can help it. I can mess with the filters. If the noise gate's chopping off, like, I've noted it too. It kind of sounds more natural with contiguous background noise than with these like complete silences, right? And I could really tweak on it to make it exactly better, but well, it's like you have to find the sweet spot where it silences at a slow enough slope that the noise only gets actually silenced in the very middle of this stretch of silence, so that you don't notice it cutting in and out, you know? Is it less distracting now with more background noise but none of those cutouts? If you were to pick one song that was going to be played at the key moment of your next extended family or social group event, and you had to choose between We're Not Gonna Take It by Twisted Sister, For Those About to Rock We Salute You by AC/DC, or Come On Feel the Noise by Quiet Riot, which song would you choose? I think I'd have to go with 1 or 3, because 2 is a pretty good song, but it's kind of a little long, and not that AC/DC is proggy at all, but it's a more proggy-ish of their songs. The Stabbing song would be good. Yeah. What are you doing for the rest of your life? So, if I wanted to hold a positive conference and I'm trying to hype up the audience, and it's like for business professionals and entrepreneurials to take it to the next level of professional success, what's holding you back right now? You're putting in your energy, you're putting in your time, your ideas, and you're not seeing the payoff that you are expecting. So, what's going on? At Dreams Realized Management Services Symposium, our trained professionals will show you the fastest, clearest, most decisive ways that you can meaningfully impact the bottom line in your business, and we'll cover all of this in just 3 days. There's that 16 hours of group sessions plus 2 hours of individual one-on-one with a coach designed to help exactly you with your problems. It's an investment. The cost is $12,000. But what's $12,000 if it's the difference between barely hanging on and going multinational? One of those kind of conferences. Do you think I could pull off one of those kind of conferences, like try to tell, like, it's a bunch of fucking business platitudes and shit, and attitude adjustments and acronyms, like, okay, so today we're going to talk about what are the 5 key elements here. ACORN, all right? That's attitude, that's conscientiousness, that's organization, that's reality check, and that's never give up. ACORN. If you can get ACORN, you too can apply my system to guarantee your entrepreneurial, financial, and social success from this point forward. It's Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Kaza quote, but modulated to be more appealing to the contemporary guru consumer. prospective guru purchaser. Having to focus on the TE required to learn software synthesizers is the bane of my existence. My mind refuses to make sense of it, even though it could open up my ability to create more music. Yeah, software synthesizers. I mean, do you have a MIDI keyboard? That's the thing. If you're, let me see if I've got you right. Basically, you're saying, I've got synthetic instrument plugins that I can use as software synthesizers, but of course, there's no efficient way to play them that allows me to play it like a musical instrument, and I end up playing, move this note to this thing, move this note to this thing, which is incredibly fucking boring and laborious and frustrating. And so, as a consequence, what you really want is a MIDI keyboard so that you can assign tones to the MIDI keys and do MIDI, right? But at the same time, you realize I don't really quite get MIDI, even though I get the general concept of it. It would be a bit of a learning curve, and I'm not sure how steep that curve would be, so I'm hesitant to undertake it without knowing whether it's a huge hill or a small hill. And additionally, MIDI's pretty old tech, and it's well, I mean, it still works fine, but as far as, like, I guess you would say, well, I mean, I guess you could assign any sample to any MIDI key. So, yeah, MIDI's just fine. You just need a MIDI keyboard. But you don't have one, right? They're super cheap. You can go get one easy. They're the cheapest things in the world to get. It's just a MIDI keyboard, right? But that requires you to make the decision that you're going to begin to undertake the learning curve for implementing a MIDI keyboard, having already become totally disillusioned with virtual keyboards and other virtual synthesizers that come with like LMS and shit like that, you know? So I am doing what right now to you, dog? What does this mean I'm doing to you right now? I'm feeling you, dog. I am feeling you. If I feel you and you feel me, does that make it consensual? It seems like TE to TE to more TE. You need the MIDI, the audio interference, they gotta learn the software. It's like, oy vey, I'm not gonna get into all that stuff. I mean, the thing is, but look, here's the deal, Boba Fett. I had in my possession for a while on loan a keyboard that was like it had weighted keys. It was a good electronic keyboard / synthesizer with a lot of different presets and sounds and stuff like that, right? That was definitely easier to utilize in producing music than a MIDI keyboard would be, because all I had to do was plug in a 1/4 inch from the outs from the back and get the levels right and play like it's any other instrument, and have to, as I always do, move notes around to make sure everything's on point, right? MIDI eliminates that issue, but then it makes it over quantized generally. You can compensate for that over quantization by swinging things a little bit here and there. It's really hard to build real sounding drums by programming them. It's almost impossible to get it to really sound like a drummer's playing. Even though you have everything at your disposal, you should be able to do it. It should make sense. It's very challenging to program drums that sound like an actual drummer playing the drums. Yeah, VSTs. Well, I mean, that's, and Boba Fett, that's exactly, so, like, I've been working on 100,000 million years ago. And I tried programming a bunch of drums. I still don't have the perfect drums for it, really, but I'm I'm gonna run the guitar, vocal, blah blah, blah parts over this drums. Oops. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to know. Slap below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years into tears, ashes to holy that come into eternally true and forever new. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to know. Please slap below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years into tears, gnashing to holy that come into eternally true and forever new. So anyway, that's very, very rough. I'm just getting started, and I'm probably not going to use those drums for the whole thing. But I'm going to use some portions of them. So, this guy right here that I'm dressed as right now at the moment, this character, this fellow, once I get the appropriate additional accessories on, which will need to be gotten on. Okay. So, This gentleman here is an INFP doing a professional development conference regarding teachers' role in monitoring and protecting the mental health and emotional health of their students. It's like right before he goes up on stage, right? The INFP's backstage going, when they finally come out, can you get everybody to quiet down, please? Everybody quiet down? Thanks. I know it's always restless in the mornings here. So, my name's Eric, and Eric Abrams Sanchez, and I'm here to talk to you today about something that we don't talk maybe enough about in school. We spend a lot of time on academics. We talk a lot about using kind of black and white thinking. We talk a lot about the importance of learning information. But I'm here today to talk to you about not IQ, instead EQ. At the core of each of us, that includes these children, is a rich emotional life, a set of feelings that inform everything they do all of the time. Childhood is a time when children are especially vulnerable to attacks on their feelings, violence against their emotional well-being. And it's not too strong to call it violence. When Timmy teases Johnny, that's just the same as punching him in the face, but with words. And he'll bleed, but instead of blood, he'll bleed tears. Tears are the blood of the soul. It's our job as educators to make sure that all of our students understand the top priority is to protect everybody's feelings. So, what I have here to present is a curriculum called How to Prioritize Feelings. It should resonate with everybody. It's logical. It's caring. It's kind. It's righteous. What we're going to do is begin each of these classes by having each of the students write an essay about how another classmate feels and ways in which they, the first party, can execute a harm prevention plan to make sure the feelings of that other classmate are protected. So instead of having a buddy system, what I'm proposing here is a guardian angel pair. That's what we'll call it, okay? We're going to be beginning this implementation on Monday. Each of the students will be paired with a guardian angel who's responsible for their feelings. It goes both ways. So this way Joey can't bully Bobby once they're guardian angel pairs. If Joey goes to bully Bobby, Bobby will say, hey, you're responsible for protecting me. Remember, we're guardian angel pairs, and the bully can't protect and harm at the same time. He's double bound. So I'm quite confident that by pairing the biggest bullies in the school with the most bullied in the school, these guardian angel pairs will bring an end to bullying throughout the education system. Any questions? What about justice? That's an excellent question. Any other questions? Would you like to attend that professional development conference? Okay, we just got back from the board meeting. I got the list of words you can't say anymore, okay? So, this applies to all staff, paraeducators, and students, okay? You can no longer refer to, when you're talking about a plain deck of cards, you can't refer, you can call hearts, diamonds, clubs. You have to call spades black people now. So everybody remember that if you do anything with playing cards. Now, another thing. It's no longer acceptable to call girls girls, no matter how young they are. They are women, okay? But women's a little bit iffy because it's got the word man. We're going to err on the side of caution, go, whoa, person. Also iffy with the son in there. So we're going to call all the females in the school, staff and students, whoper children, to respect their gender. Now, another thing, some of you guys were talking about a chink in the armor. Unacceptable. The expression cannot be used anymore. Mr. Stevens, I heard you in the break room just earlier accuse Miss Davidson about being niggardly with her coffee creamer. Unacceptable. You may not use that word. Well, we know why. Okay, I don't want to hear your etymological meow. Just accept it, okay? Other words. Okay, you can't call the cripples anymore. You got to call them, legs don't work people or something. I didn't write that down at the meeting, but you can't call them cripples anymore. Special ed kids, you can't call them special ed kids. You can't call them retarded. You can call them special, and you can call them kids. And you can point out that they're being educated, but you can't put those three words together, okay? They're just endowed with alternate advantages, is how we say it. All right, let me just get to the chase. We're changing the name of the special ed class to the gifted class because everybody's gifts are equal, okay? Other words you can't say anymore. Can't say lame, it's ableist. We do have some students with physical disabilities. Lame is not acceptable, okay? Definitely can't say gay or lesbian unless you're encouraging the children to become gays and lesbians. That's fine. You can say queer, but only if it's followed by the word theory or you're reading an old Victorian book or something strange. I know. There's a lot more pages to go, but this is complicated. Okay? You are forbidden from saying that COVID isn't real. You cannot say that it was a plan. You cannot say that it's a bioweapon. You cannot say that people shouldn't take the vaccine. You cannot say that that you think it's a bad idea to wear masks. You can't say any of those things, okay? That's instant suspension because you're a health threat. You're a public health threat. Is everybody writing all this shit down? You can no longer say boobs. You can say breasts. Mammaries is getting borderline. Titties is right out. Bazongas, other words like that, no. Big bounces, fun pillows, not acceptable. What else can't we say here in school anymore? Oh, right. Should be mentioned that Milton Friedman, all of his works have been banned. There will be no mention of his name. If you need to use the word Milton and you're talking about a freed man at some point, there needs to be at least 3 words between the two. Who else has been eliminated? Alex Jones. No Alex Jones talk allowed in school anymore. But some bullshit. Okay. Listen, you need to distinguish between the Alex Joneses of the world and, say, the Charlie Hebdos of the world, right? No more trickle-down economics. Remember, also, there are no more tax incentives for green energy, okay? Nope, they've all been changed into corporate bailouts for oil companies. Just go ahead and switch it right out of there. That's what we're calling them now. Okay? Anytime a gas or oil company, anytime there's a change in the tax law in which a gas or oil company has to pay less in taxes, that we will call a government subsidy of corporate welfare. So, is the government giving corporations money? No, they're taxing them a little bit less for some reason. Isn't it because you guys were arguing last year to put in these tax incentives for green energy investment? Listen, you don't understand the way the oil companies work. They don't care. You are. So I would say to you, my dad's really angry. My cousin is almost certainly dying. She was diagnosed with melanoma over a year ago. The first thing we heard about the diagnosis, we just said, whatever. It's a little skin cancer. I'm sure they'll get rid of it. Big deal, right? In fact, Rachel hilariously, poo-pooed the significance of it when my dad came and told me. She's kind of like, your dad's kind of making a big deal out of that. Well, it's just instant INFJ karma. She never says shit like that, but when she does, instant INFJ karma. The thing spread, she's gonna die. She's my age, and she has it in her brain. They were doing chemo and radiation, but they said they need to do brain surgery, which is going to... She already has memory loss and stuff like that because of the invasive treatments and stuff. And the funny thing is, my dad was angry telling me about this because he had been adding up the costs to the state of Virginia because Julie didn't have health insurance. He's worried about the state of the country. He's like, the country can't operate like this. The country can't foot the bill for any person to pursue even the most extreme measures to save the life, especially when the end seems fairly well fated. My dad also said in this conversation that, back when I was in the military, there was triage, all right? You got 3 morphine capsules, it meant you were a goner. They put you over there and just sort of resigned the fact that you were going to die. There's too little chance they were going to save you. 2 morphine capsules, then they brought you in as quickly as possible because that means that you were bad, but you could be saved. 1 morphine capsule, that means you had to wait a little while because you weren't bad enough to be needed to be saved right now. We were okay with that. Everybody understood that shit happens. People die. You have to make some choices. So his basic position is that it sounds to me like the doctors are not really advising in favor of the brain surgery. They're saying if you want to get rid of it more so that you are technically alive longer, the only way to make that possible would be this brain surgery. But, when you cut away pieces of people's brains, the thing that you get back afterwards is not necessarily the same thing that you put in going into it. She's already got some brain stuff going on from the chemo and the radiation. I sort of do. I guess I do. I used to run an actual business, so I don't really think of myself as running a business now. But yeah, kind of like, you know, people pay me to type them, and Jeffrey's family and I have shit going on too. Like, I think Jeffrey's going to implement an idea that I had for a long time that Horse Mumbler helped me to see how NFTs can provide the missing piece to make that whole thing work. I revisited the idea for a sec, for the first time in a long time, and I thought, oh shit. And then Horse Mumbler's pushing on me like, hey, now is the time that all smart men get off their ass and make shit happen. That's not Food Cube. It's called myipo.me. The idea is this. Every individual human being, and not brand or project, okay? It has to be an individual human being. So what that means is the H&M clothing company couldn't do an IPO in this, but the guy who founded the H&M clothing company could do an IPO for himself, and he'd probably be a lot less famous than the company, but regardless. So the point is, anybody can do an IPO, but the idea is that the stock prices in this game, it's an NFT game with it's a game that produces NFTs for people as incentive for investing their time into it, which you enter and operate within the game via game coin, which is blockchain, and then the any action then within the game has to be converted from other crypto into Gamecoin and back out again, but it facilitates that. And basically, you buy stock in a person. So if I would launch an IPO, you would look at my past track record and say, this guy's going to be dead before he grows big enough for this to be really a real good payoff, unless something weird breaks. Somebody else might say, no, I think he's got a lot of potential energy and sort of momentum. I think he may be nearing escape velocity, at which point maybe things are going to blow up. Some people might bet on me. Some people might bet against me. What that would mean basically is when I launch the IPO, it would generate X number of NFTs. Part of the deal in this would be I'd have to retain my probably 40%, let's say, of the NFTs that comprise stock options in me for at least 3 years. And then people can buy the remaining 60%, and the price is set entirely by demand. So it's like if you're a nobody, you're only going to get people who are doing a certain kind of speculative investing where they're picking up stock in total nobodies for almost nothing. A lot of them figuring a lot of long shots is one way to get a hit, So the thing is, this idea, this is right on the curve right now as to what's going on, which is what are known as NFT games. And the reason it's right on the curve is because in the status quo, equivalents of NFTs have existed, but they've never belonged to the person who had possession of them. So it's like if I was in World of Warcraft and I got a super powerful sword, we could make it happen that you paid me real money for me to give you that digital sword, right? The problem is prior to NFTs, those objects had no permanence and belonged to the game, not to you. So games are trying to now say, if if people are going to earn money, if people are going to do work of some kind, even if other people might call it play, in a digital ecosystem, we can make sure that that play either maximally links to concrete benefits that are sort of incurred without trying, or minimally so. So I think this thing, if I could get it to happen as envisioned, and it's not a super complicated thing like Milk Lab. It's a lot easier to put together. I was thinking about researching this some, but I just live streamed instead. I want to look into exactly how it is that one generates NFTs, and maybe like the first step in proof of concept might be simply to try to sell a few TWFP collectible NFTs. Have a very small number of them, like run one, and then it's got instance A, B, C, D, E. 10 of them. Each is different. Run 2, 10. Each is different. And put space in between them. You got to manage. You got to manage the amount of NFTs to scale with demand. Anyway, I feel insanely confident in the viability of this idea. I think it's exactly what the world needs. You could start it basically just by piggybacking off Social Blade until you develop your own algorithmic differentiations, but you're going to need to do because you're doing something slightly different than Social Blade is measuring. But even that, you simply say, look, that's part of the game too. We're working hard to make this algorithm completely ungameable. But we are aware here in beta that you may catch on to something like, hey, Winston Chu is an incredibly common name. I'm going to bet on this first Winston Chu who's IPO'd on the grounds there's going to be a lot of stuff that's attributed to him that shouldn't be attributed to him. So, academia.com was always asking me are you this Eric Strauss? On academic papers that I had nothing to do with. So there needs to be something like that built into the system as well, that the algorithm can learn by asking parties who would know, is this identity 4275 blah 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 named Rakim's bastard stepbaby. McDonald's tastes different everywhere, as do most of these chains. Not in America, Boba Fett. Look, one of the reasons I regularly go to McDonald's is because it's one of the few restaurants you can reliably expect their Coke to be good. That's a big reason. If I go to Jack in the Box, the Coke tastes like urinal cakes. If I go to Carl's Jr.'s, it's hit and miss. In-N-Out's got good, reliable Coke. In-N-Out's got way better fries than McDonald's. McDonald's fries are shitty for one reason and one reason only. McDonald's stops putting salt on their fucking fries. It's like, if I had a serial murderer on death row, I would not be so cruel as to attempt to feed him fries that had been inadequately salted. Talk about a crime against humanity. And why? Some alarmist bullshit, right? Some rush to henpeck us all into earning our safety beaver badge Yeah, it makes me go like this. Oh. Have you ever gone like that before? The McDonald's in China tastes like McDonald's. I was surprised. It may not have been perfectly the same, but it was very similar. Also, the Subway in China tasted very, very similar. I was more iffy on the Subway than on the McDonald's because it's like, all right, if I'm going to McDonald's in Shanghai, I'm getting a burger and it's got a hamburger patty on it. It's ground beef, okay? It's ground Australian beef or ground Chinese beef because, at least when I was there, they had trade sanctions against U.S. beef. So, on the grounds that U.S. beef would give them mad cow disease, which is fucking crazy. But regardless, when you put together all of those men's penises, I was able to tie a rope and climb down it and escape to my freedom. That's how I got out of jail. So, what others call the night of the penis guillotine, I call Rapunzel's alternative. Yeah, listen, soccer balls are not sacred architectures. Which is the least sacred of all of these architectures? Let's find out. Why is it not meowing, though? Oh, it is meowing. I see. Let's see. I think the most bland of all of these is probably I'm going with this one. Circle. That's Venn diagrams. Venn diagrams are not sacred. Venn diagrams are some shitty person's nefarious effort to put numbers into logic. It's like, fuck off. Get your numbers out of my words. Venn diagrams. They should call them Venn diagrams. They're shitty for a long time. So they should call them. Symbol of Christianity. That's not a sacred geometry. A picture of a fish is not a geometry. Alright? Let's get that straight. Geometries have got to have your angles. They got to have your planes. They got to have your squares, your circles. They got to have your Euclids and your pies and all that kind of shit. A picture of a fish is not a geometry. It's just like, we're really bad at drawing a fish. This is all we could come up with. That doesn't make it a symbol. It just makes it a poorly drawn fish. DNA and light. Which one is it? DNA or light? They both look like that? Not in particle form. Not in particle form. You haven't heard about DNA particle form? Listen. Imagine each chromosome is a particle of dark matter. And dark matter is what holds the universe together. And since the only thing big enough to hold the universe together is God, therefore God. Proof positive. Holy Trinity, you're just another Venn diagram in disguising yourself as something else. How many students are in that one little middle thing there? You know? How many? Are there anybody who has all three things? Yeah, there are. They all have all three things. One little chunk. Things that are orange, things that are big, things that are round. Only a few things are orange, big, and round. Some things are orange and big, some things are orange and round. You can tell these kinds of information with history's most ill-advised diagram, the Venn diagram. Is there anybody who has any nominees for a worse kind of diagram than a Venn diagram? Can you think of other kinds of diagrams you might compare against? Everybody knows the symbol for Christianity is my foot up your ass. God loves you. Now repent, sinner. I'm a tough love preacher. Tough love preacher, there's got to be a trick. Tough love preacher's got such a supple brick. Trump would be an answer, yes. The Great Pumpkin comes to mind. The sun. That's big, orange, and round. A pancake is kind of round, kind of orange with orange marmalade on it. A pancake spread, a large pancake spread with orange marmalade qualifies as something that is big, orange, and round. A sunflower! Alright, let's play this. I like this game. Things that are strong, stinky, and considerate. Things that are strong, stinky, and considerate. Strong, stinky, and considerate. Strong, stinky, and considerate. Things that are strong, stinky, and considerate. What's something that's strong, stinky, and considerate? The garbage man? No. I would much prefer to be a banana. At least then I'd have a protective peel. Oranges grow around the tree, just raw orange flesh, straight to the sun. But what I wanted to segue to is something important. Something really, really important here. Oh, right. Connect the following three words. Bridge. Samson. Soliloquy. Bridge. Samson. Soliloquy. A soliloquy bridged Samson's pussy whipped years into his self-sufficient years when he and Delilah got in that big fight. Strong, stinky, and considerate. 3 guys on a road trip and one of them is an INFJ. That's a slamming answer. That is a slamming answer. Alright. How about these 3? Fighter planes, biting dogs, and kites. Fighter planes, fighting dogs, falling kites. We'll add a verb to that one too. Falling kites. London Bridge is falling down and it can't get up. As a consequence, it's a good thing we've installed Life Alert on London Bridge. Let's write a team sonnet. Okay? I'll write the first line. Somebody else write the second line. Somebody else write the third line. And I'll do a little bit of editing too. Here's the first line of our sonnet. We gather here and talk with famous people. Okay, that's the first line of the poem. The third line should rhyme with people. Second line, you got no rhyme constraints. Try to keep it on meter, okay? Remember, every line should sound like that. Like, I'm so retarded when it comes to clothes. They had to eat 1,000 pounds of cheese. Those monkeys carried off my only friend. Like all that kind of stuff, right? So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to keep track of this poem that we're making on a notepad. I'll put my line first. When we get the second line, I'll write it down here. We gather here to talk with famous people. What's the second line? Come on, guys. I can't be the only poet here. We need to take back poetry the way the gays took back the word queer. The planes are used to take planes are used to shoot at those who talk. Anybody want to give me a meow? Papa, don't preach. That's maybe what I want on my tombstone. Papa, don't preach. That'd be kind of a good, what's it called? Epigram. Epigram. Come on, you slow poetry writers. We gather here to talk with famous people. So famous people gather always near. You need 2 more syllables and we're throwing in always. So famous people always gather near. Third line, who wants to rhyme with people? You've got steeple, you've got sheet pole, you've got meat pole, you've got beetle. You've got I guess you could say sleep ill. Oh, I'm still waiting for the third line of this poem. Boy, there aren't as very many enthusiastic poets as there are Eriks, are there? Fine, I'll write the third line. We gather here to talk with famous people, so famous people always gather near. Contriving often appearing and that's trochaic. They appear one-eyed, hearts pounding through the keyhole. Is that too many syllables? They peer one-eyed, hearts pounding through the keyhole. They peer, hearts pounding, one-eyed through the keyhole. That's what it should say. Like that. They peer, comma, hearts pounding. It's called the nominative absolute, by the way. One-eyed through the keyhole. Well, this one should be we. We gather here to talk to famous people, so famous people always gather near. We peer, hearts pounding, one-eyed through the keyhole. What's next? Nobody? As they quiver in their fear. Oh. The fame outside provokes our quivering in fear. Metrically sound. We gather here to talk with famous people, so famous people always gather near. We peer, hearts pounding, one-eyed through the keyhole. Famous people always gather near. We peer, hearts pounding, one-eyed through the keyhole. Yeah, it's fine, except the problem with that is we gather here to talk with famous people. Oh, it works fine. It seems like that third line is too many syllables, but it's not. We gather here to talk with famous people, so famous people always gather near. We peer, hearts pounding, one-eyed through the keyhole. The fame outside provokes our quivered fear. Fame outside evokes a quivered fear. The fame outside evokes a quivered fear. Okay, fine. We got one full stanza. I'm going to put this stanza here. Now, the next stanza, we get new rhyming words. Because the rhyme scheme is going to be A, B, A, B. And then it's going to be C, D, C, D. So who wants to start the next line? Who wants to set the tone for the next stanza? Let me put this window up here too so you can see the poem that we're writing. You know, here at Erik's Gayest Activity Ever Symposium, We're not afraid to write a poem. Alright, we are not afraid to write a poem or two. After that, maybe we'll play Light Bright. And then I'll bust out the rhythmic gymnastics sashes. And we can just full blast homo up the place. Alright, that's where we are so far in the wonderful world of poetry. Let's see what we got. Artemis gathers arrows, and people not famous or near quiver, shiver, and fear. Okay, so let's do it here. Wow. Wow. Artemis. Hunts about for arrows. Well, Artemis is hunting, is readying her arrows. Minerva turns and looks at her askance. Okay, so what rhymes with arrows? Sparrows, barrows, narrows, pharaohs, Online lectures are so wonky sometimes. Well, you guys aren't really helping with this. I didn't want to do it all myself. I wanted it to be a team effort, but the thing is, you know, it's not super easy, I guess. Artemis. Where? Pharaoh? Pharaoh. But Artemis has nearly filled her barrel cold visage harbinger of a deathly dance. While Artemis is readying her arrows, Minerva turns and looks at her askance, but Artemis has nearly filled her barrel, harboring boding strong. Strongly. Voting strong. Be speaking. I will be speaking. I will be. No. Foretelling. Better. Foretelling. Foretelling almost certain deathly dance. There we go. Now we're almost done. We got one more 4-line stanza, then a 2-line stanza. Quivering and full of fear, huh? We gather here to talk with famous people, so famous people always gather near. We peer, hearts pounding, one-eyed through the keyhole. The fame outside evokes a quivered fear. And Artemis is readying her arrows. Minerva turns to look at her askance. Our mapping chatters really up to snuff? When such imposing foes impede the way. How long have I been muted for? Was I just all silent? All that talking I was doing there? There. Oh no! Oh no, that's right. I thought I left off a stanza. No, I didn't leave off a stanza. I just need to scroll up. That's all. So, sonnets. Are the experts right? Are sonnets due for a major comeback? Are sonnets the next TikTok? I was muted for 35 minutes? That's a long muting. Wow. Alright, my bad. That's probably pretty boring. We gather here to talk with famous people. So famous people always gather near. We peer, hearts pounding, one-eyed through the keyhole. The fame outside evokes a quivered fear. And Artemis, she readies now her arrows. Minerva turns to look at her askance. But Artemis has nearly filled her barrel, foretelling an impending deathly dance. Are mapping chatters really up to snuff, when such imposing foes impede the way? Less famous people, probably, than enough to stop a demigod who wants to slay. But when she stabs Dentici, it's time out, man. And when she shoots up Sky Gear, that's a ban. Well said. Well said. Hey, Greek goddesses, you don't get special treatment around here. If anything, I treat you extra shitty. Especially you, Pan. Put your fucking pan flute down for a second. That is not a good instrument. Nobody should play the pan flute. What are you doing with the pan flute? Oh, I wasn't sure. What do you think of the poem? Not too bad. I could crank out these fucking things all day long. That was a slow one. But I had my stretch of time when I was into writing these things, you know? It was like my thing for a little while. When you really get into writing metered verse, you walk around talking in metered verse a lot too. Like, you know, you go into a store and what can I get for you? I'd like for you to get for me some smokes now. I'd like for you to get for me some smokes now. What brand? I think I'd prefer red ones, Marlboro. Okay, that's 10 of them. I'll give you here then this one bill of 20 that you can break and offer back some change. You know, you can do it easily enough if you get in the habit. Like when I was really into it, I was trying to like say everything in iambic pentameter. So you get pretty good at it when you do that, you know. It's like, whoa, did you see that guy's skills? What, you mean the guy that made that half-court shot? No, I'm talking about the iambic pentameter going down over there. Man, that motherfucker is throwing down some metered verse. Dog, was that a fucking sonnet? If only, right? If only the Utes would celebrate my poetry, then finally everything would be okay. What I need is a movement of young influencers to become infatuated with my poetry. Maybe I should write a pamphlet called How to Become Infatuated with My Poetry. Maybe that's the problem. People just need instructions on how to become infatuated with my poetry. Step 1, read it every day, over and over and over and over and over again. Step 2, always repeat after you're done reading it. I loved that, that was so great, I loved that guy's a genius. If you still don't believe it after 6 months, give up. If you successfully brainwash yourself, come work for free for me as a literary agent. You can live in your car as long as you don't park in my neighborhood. Right. And it's like, had I been an aristocrat in like Elizabethan England, oh my God, I would have slayed. I would have slayed so much puss. Because back, only people benefiting from so fucked up a system as aristocracy could celebrate these precious little art forms to such a large extent, So, the thing is, if you read like Milton's poetry and Shakespeare poetry, Milton is a way better poet than Shakespeare. He's a way better poet. Shakespeare's poetry is sloppy. And a lot of it's not even like deep or good. It doesn't have any layers to it. The thing about poetry is there are certain kinds of things that you like something like gymnastics and or figure skating. Figure skating, I think, even more so than gymnastics. It's one of those things where what exactly comprises good changes over time into more and more technical stuff that only people who are in the field get, So the thing about poetry then is, in some regard, the best poetry is not ever going to be really fully acknowledged as the best poetry, because only knowledgeable and aesthetically intuitive judges will get why Milton's better. Because Shakespeare's easier to understand. I would say poetry is the only bit of English teacher shit that I retained. I am not somebody who has any of the feelings that I once had. I remember having feelings associated with like literary interpretation, where I occasionally get excited to write a paper because I had a good argument I wanted to make, and I feel like it was original, like substantiated, and I'd get into it, right? And that it was sort of like SI smell, feel moment when there's like a book I'm reading for college, and looking for evidence for something and typing, and that wasn't always a bad experience for me. Sometimes I liked it, but I couldn't possibly. I just can't do it anymore. I can't even do interpretation of poetry anymore without just like puking halfway through the process. And yet at the same time, it can be quite revelatory about the poem you're analyzing. So I'm happy that Jeffrey's schoolwork is getting me to revisit these things. I mean, Milton's poem about his pending blindness is a real neat intuition, intellect puzzle, as well as something that hits you in terms of meaning levels in multiple ways, It's a neatly put together little fucking poem. There are so many little things that link in a couple different ways that it almost feels like they're incidental or coincidental, and yet the linkage pops so much it's clearly not. It's a really deftly done poem. There are not really many poets that I would consider legitimate competition against me in any correctly judged poetry contest. But there are a couple, Milton being one of them. My former professor, Timothy Steele, is a better poet than me. And I think it's because he's an INFP. The two teachers in my life that I learned the most from were INFPs. Mr. Samuelson, who taught me how to teach, and Timothy Steele, who taught me how to write metered verse. Isn't that interesting? The most useful things I ever learned, and the most, the other one who taught me a shit ton, sort of casually, was an ESTJ, my ESTJ assistant coach. But that was different. With him, I just learned from him by asking questions as they came to me, or as he said things that I didn't know what they meant, And the thing is, from both of those teachers, I had moments of where I caught them at a wrong moment, said the wrong thing, approached something the wrong way, or something, and got INFP smackdown, which is basically I remember Mr. Samuel said, "Why are you telling me about it? Just do it." Which you wouldn't expect an INFP to say, but this was an INFP who had slowly put together a business, and it didn't take a whole shit ton of SE. It was the sort of business that allowed him to work a few weekday afternoons with these classes, support himself, make good money. He was expanding the school. He had a Samuelson grammar program and stuff like that. Quite good TE. He had quite good TE for fourth slot. But of course, the reason he had good TE is because he, me, and his mentor teacher represent a legacy of some strict ass fucking guy who imposed this notion that basically what matters most in class is high expectations, no exceptions, and make them take it seriously. And he did so in an interesting way. Like, he would genuinely get angry because the thing he was doing was precious to him, right? Basically, he'd get angry because you guys are shitting on something sacred. And I'd get angry because you guys can't let me joke around at all without us getting derailed. Because back at the beginning when I was not a good teacher yet. I mean, I was still a good teacher in some ways, but overall, no. The thing is, I've always been a good explainer from the get-go. When I had control of the class, like the thing at the beginning, when you start teaching, you don't have good classroom control. But when I had good classroom control, when I had people's attention, I was always a good explainer. I could explain it in a bunch of different ways, and I would check sort of people's either look or actually verbally check with them to see if they understood what I was saying. So, that's the actual interfacing of teaching, right? It's express something you want them to understand, check verbally if they can repeat it back to you, that they understand it, either the gist of it or verbatim or whatever. Have them apply it on some examples, like, okay, so now you know the definition, so let's try to apply that definition in this one. Since we know that subject verbs what tells us the direct object, apply that in this sentence. Kobe fed the dog. And walk us through it. And then I'd make the kid say out loud, fed is the verb. Who fed? Kobe fed. Therefore, Kobe is the subject. Kobe fed what? Kobe fed dog. Therefore, dog is the direct object. First they go, Kobe fed what? Kobe fed the... No, Kobe didn't feed the... Oh, Kobe fed the dog? No, Kobe didn't feed the dog either. Kobe fed dog. And then once they get used to that, then you give them a TE algorithm to apply to approximate TI processes. Because really grammar is a deductive reasoning thing. But sentence diagramming is all about visually representing the relationships between given words in a sentence to illustrate on a diagram what part of speech they are. And I found that it's not always been the case that I found visual representations of things to be particularly helpful. Sentence diagramming is a stark, dramatic exception to that. I never understood grammar really until I understood sentence diagramming. I mean, it was his business, It was his baby, and it was important. And as he said, look, I've seen this happen with these Chinese families. If they lose confidence in you, we'll lose this whole class. They'll all bolt, He sat me down for sort of a come to Jesus moment. I guess he recognized that I wasn't paying attention to what I really valued. That I was paying attention to whether things were correct or not, and against a variety of frames, and forgetting why I was ultimately there, which was, that was an opportunity for me to actually teach for the first time. Because I had been a special ed teacher before that, and you really just don't do any teaching in special ed. As you can probably see from watching this channel, I like to teach. I prefer to explain than to teach, but I like to teach. The difference between the difference between explaining and teaching is when I explain, I don't need to check to see if you understand. When I teach, I have to my explanations are driven by whether you understand. When I'm just explaining, I'm saying, hey, we're all equal adults here. I'm affording you the benefit of the doubt that you can understand what I'm saying. And I'm hopeful that you want to hear this explanation, and that the fact that you're here means that you're at least okay with hearing the explanation. And you'll do with it as you wish, But with classroom teaching and or debate, it's like, all right, well, we've got to find goals here. Student, yeah, you did poorly on this test, so that's fine. But what I need you to do is to make a decision. Are you cool with doing poorly in this class? Or do you want to try harder? Or are you trying harder and this just isn't for you? And of course, it's impossible to have those honest conversations with kids. Every time I try to have these honest conversations with students, the thing that happens is they've never been asked these questions before. Right? Teachers don't say to the students, hey, Johnny, I just wanted to chat with you. I noticed you got a C on your test. My job is kind of to provide as much facilitation for you as you want. So basically, I'm trying to find out, are you cool with that level of performance? Do you want to discuss whether it was anomalous, probably, or whether it's going to be consistent? Are your parents going to get on your ass about this? Do you care about this? Does it matter? Is it benefiting you at all? Actually engage the student with the topic of, is this thing you're being forced to be doing the right thing for you? It's a funny question because, well, I'm being forced to do it, so what difference does it make with the status of whether it's the right thing for me or not? Well, the answer is, of course, it makes all the difference in the world if somebody has conviction regarding a given status like that. The problem is everybody wants to hedge. Everybody wants to play it both ways. So it's like, the way that works is basically, well, the kid doesn't even know that he's being dishonest. When he says, like, well, I don't know, I'm not sure, or whatever. They're primarily concerned about what answer they're supposed to give and how that's gonna get their chops busted again. It could be a trap, so. What do you think about this class, Johnny? Do you think I'm wasting your time? Most of the time, when teachers ask that question, they mean it angrily. Like, how dare you think I'm wasting your time? When I ask that question, I honestly want to know the answer. Is this something you think is of value to you educationally? Do you think you're wasting your time? Because, look, if you don't feel like you're getting anything from this is just not something you care about, and it's not in your wheelhouse or whatever, and you just want to, we can come to some sort of agreement of half-assery. I'll give you a B, Who knows? Sometimes my pen slips at the end of the corner. But and you can just do this bare minimum of shit for appearances, because I can keep up appearances. I try to make the deal available to everybody in the class. I'm not interested in teaching people things they don't want to learn. Why would anybody be interested in doing that? Like, it smacks of re-education camps in that famous locale of old, Red China. It reduces creativity, vision, impact, may cause headaches, diarrhea, abundant mucus flows, discharge from orifices you didn't know you had, the literal way. No, I mean, INFPs do get mad sometimes. It's not very often. And I think what it got him mad, he's my supervisor type, my FI polar was glaring at him and annoying him. Namely, I was thinking about my abstract frames of reference and what I was philosophizing about the nature of controlling people and education and stuff. And, basically he had having to have this come to Jesus moment where I realized, okay, this is actually a skill set. Even if it's whatever else I think about this job. Let's say I do think it's slave foreman. It is definitely possible to do a much better job and a much worse job. As I see from watching him do this, he's doing a much better job than me. He's got the class on task the whole time. They're getting shit done. And the nice thing is, we are teaching something that can be meaningfully taught and learned, namely grammar. And we're teaching it in 3 ways. TI, actually 4 ways. TI, SI, SE, and TE. The Samuelson system. This is the book I wrote, which basically turned his curriculum roadmap into a book of actual curriculum and explanations and stuff. What it allows kids to do when they go to learn grammar is they have this verbal conditionality script that they learn and say about everything to verbally articulate the part of speech and why it's that part of speech. So it's like, the is an adjective describing the noun meow. Or pink is an object complement following the direct object room and telling us more about how it was painted. So it's like, anytime they're talking about something, they have this order of operations to talk through the sentence, do this first, blah, blah, blah. Then, though, they also have to diagram it. And the diagram is the visual representation of the relationships between the words, which things modify which, and whether things are functioning as subjects, objects, verbs, or whatever, right? And then it's super testable. So I can see visually in front of me the progress of students learning grammar. Like, unlike the way they teach it almost in every single class, where you've got a grammar book and you are asked to deal with parts of speech and clauses and phrases in a mishmash of orders, basically, without any frame of reference to what's going on there, right? So it's like, what provides that frame of reference for you, even if it's not explained, is a diagram. A diagram allows you to visualize the relationships between the words and how that relationship between the words determines the part of speech. A given word doesn't have a part of speech. Like, the word dog isn't a noun. It depends how it's used, right? So, grammar was something that bridged me from this sort of NETI aristocratic pedantry to a TITE bromance, right? A TITE bromance, because the TE processes I was being taught to teach it were producing really clear empirics that demonstrated that the students now understood the process of how to get the right answer and could apply it to any given sentence, whereas that doesn't happen any other way you teach it. And the thing about grammar is, I would never be one to say you need to understand grammar to write well. I don't believe that's the case. I think that's completely not true. But I would be one to say that you don't need grammar, but that grammar, like debate, helps a person to parse language by relationally defining parts of the sentence to other parts of the sentence such that we can get broader labels, such as that's a modifier. That's a modifier isn't referring to any specific part of speech. It's referring to the relationship of either a clause or an adjective or an adverb to a noun. In other words, when we say there's a modifier, what we're saying is generally that modifier, well, if it's a single word modifier, we're attributing an attribute to the thing being modified. If it's a clause that's a modifier, we're creating a relational modification. So, for example, I'm so slow right now. I took a half a Cloney, wasn't really working, and I took the other half a Cloney. And I'm not exactly sleepy, but I'm retarded. Did we talk earlier in the stream about, or was I just talking with Rachel about that? I was just talking with Rachel about that. About my new show idea. So you know how they have all those shows about people with problems? You know, like one family. 8 kids, 1 kidney. 8 kids, 1 kidney would be one of those kind of shows, right? Or My Morbidly Obese Life. Getting Better. Or like Honey Boo Boo. We incredibly ratchet idiots. That's just as bad as having physical problems, right? So, you know those kind of shows? And how people love those shows. People love those shows because they're both empowering and degrading at the same time. Right? Hoarders. They're empowering because we're here to help you. Part of helping you is displaying how horribly fucked up you are to everybody on TV. Hey, honesty is step one. Does honesty have to come with such bright lights? So anyway, this is the new trend. If you want to invest in the production of a show that's guaranteed to be a massive hit, okay? It's my new show, title of which is OMG, I'm So Retarded. And the main character is a fairly high-functioning Down syndrome person who's been raised in this really positivist, everything different is good kind of world, and has really embraced it for themselves, okay? So, it's like, the show opens and Vince walks downstairs and he sees his sister has an ego. And they put the translation at the bottom, And then there's a little bit of conversation for a bit and some music starts playing. And then a voiceover. Hi, I'm Vincent. You might be able to tell I'm retarded. Now a lot of people say that's bad. But for me, it's like, OMG, I'm retarded. Positive representation of retarded person. Okay, so you have that, and then there's a lot of like, then right after the theme song, first scene of the first episode is pretty dramatic already. And what you have is you have Vince. He's come down for breakfast, ready for school, and he's put on a diaper and he's got no pants on, and he's got on a button-down shirt, but it's wet because the diaper's all soaked through. And Mom's all, Vince, what are you doing? Why are you wearing a diaper? You gave those up like 6 years ago. Mom, you gotta accept me how I am. I'm a teenager now. Don't tell me what to do. Don't treat me like a baby. And they go back and forth for a while until Vince's sister intervenes saying, Vince, you look ridiculous. And Vince goes, nah, 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 nah. But then he goes and changes. And then cut to Mom sitting in the little confessional booth. Well, he's constantly surprising me. I said it before, I'll say it again. God blessed us with 2 different kinds of children, but each blessing is just as big as the other. Like that. Okay, so all of those shows need to get a fine from me, $10,000 for excessive gaffery. Way excessive gaffery. Why does anybody want to? It's uncomfortable on so many levels. It's like, I can't consume it with oh, those brave little darlings, without being condescending and icky in a way that's intolerable to me. I can be condescending in other ways, but not that way, okay? So I can't respond to it like that. I can't respond to it like, hey, I'm enjoying this as I would enjoy professional and or practiced successful performers performing something. It's like, in no way, shape, or form could any objective person say that retarded person would be the best actor to play the role of anybody but a retarded person, right? Anybody but himself, basically. So, where am I going with this? Where am I going with this? So it's like, oh, so it's impossible for me to enjoy it without feeling icky, right? Like feeling like I'm lying, that I'm being lied to, that everybody's lying to that guy, and it's all an awful, sickening, toxic stew of virtue signaling. I don't have Down syndrome, but I do have Down syndrome, which means sometimes it can be too down. It's like, it's 3 in the morning already. I've already had a full Klonopin, and I just haven't fallen asleep. I didn't take any more Adderall since the pills I took way a long time ago this morning. You're gonna wheelbarrow Ben Stiller in from the old folk home? He's too old. Old people can't do things. I had my do things license taken away as soon as I turned 50. Try ASMR or pick a card tarot vid. Where do you think I'm going to get struck for this? Are you worried that I'm going to get struck because of my... I worked a little blue tonight. I did work a little blue. But then, hey, I'm the one who's retarded, but you guys are the ones who are being dumb. Okay? Just keep that in mind, please. Alright, we'll do a little ASMR. Here we go. Little A to the S to the ism to the rhythm raw. I want you to just relax and let my voice take you back to the days of jazz radio, straining through the speakers of the AM system in the back of the 54 Chevrolet. Our first number tonight, it's an old country number by a famous old country artist. Goes by the name of Debbie. Everybody's a critic. My voice ain't gravelly enough, huh? You want more gravel in my voice? Is that what you're saying? Maybe I'm not close enough to the mic. I don't really see ASMR as a real niche. I think of it as a silly, you know. I don't get it as. I mean, like I get the idea of being a voice actor in various capacities, okay, and that I have skills in those areas, but ASMR, I don't know, it just seems kind of silly to me, I guess. Probably because I'm not a receiving type. I'm not a deliberation type. I'm an action type. But what I am going to do for you tonight is I'm going to carry you along the winds of sound. I want you to climb aboard the wings that sprout from my shoulder blades, for they shall carry your weight as we travel on Erik Thor's journey boat down a journey to country time lane. From way back in 1942, this country hit comes to us from Debbie, all the way from Chicago to Detroit to Alabama to Arkansas to the United States. We are K-Pasts. Here's the Debbie song. Hey, my Debbie, I'm Debbie. Come on, farm boy, come along with me. Take me back the big old tree. Stick it in my butt back there. Don't tell Papa, Mama. Oh, yeah, the farmer boy. Debbie is my name. That was Debbie with her 1942 classic hit, Farmer Boy, won't you fuck me in the ass? Next up, we'll move forward a decade into the 50s, the time of the sock hop. Man in Moonlight and the Moonlight Brothers generated this fine number, famous for all of history as the archetypal 1950s Moonlight song. Boom, boom, bo, 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 bo. And when I saw you standing in the moonlight, girl, I thought, why doesn't she sit? Are there no chairs? A bench over there seems not too far. And yet she stands, staring over there, a little to the right, a little to the left. Is she waiting for somebody? These are the questions that crossed my mind when I saw her standing in the moonlight that night. And baby, when I saw you standing there, that moment was an epistemological cascade for me. In other words, that's when I knew that you would be my girl. And later on, when I once again saw you standing in the moonlight, and I strode across the courtyard towards your way, and the moonlight glimmered off your dress as though it were made entirely of sequins, even though it wasn't. Instead, the moonlight was glittering off diamonds that had fallen on you from a diamond tree that you had brushed up against, unknowingly bedazzling your outfit with the refractions of Earth's hardest naturally occurring gemstone. We laughed and laughed. And then I saw you standing there in the moonlight, and I said, hey girl, this moonlight makes me want to tell you something. And she said, what is it? Will you be my gal? That was 1950s Moonlight song. Set the archetype that many of the 1950s artists followed thereafter. I believe it was just 1 year later that doo-wop, ooh-ah-ah were added as common words to songs involving 3 or even 4 males, each singing a separate part. One wonders, when one is in a wondering mood, what happened to the robust future that once seemed to loom ahead of the burgeoning barbershop quartet industry. Do we blame the absence of the art form on a paucity of barbershops, or instead on a paucity of quartets? We've got a caller in from Kansas City. Hi, Janet. What can I do for you here on KLSL Radio from Coast to Coast?
Yeah, I was wondering if you could play Janet Jackson's song Hit Me Baby One More Time.
That's not by Janet Jackson.
Oh.
Would you like me to play it anyway?
No thanks then.
All right. Anything else?
Could you play, like, something more interesting?
I'll make an effort. I've got to go now.
Okay, bye.
Goodbye. I've got another caller. It's Laura from Placenta. Hi, Laura. How are you doing out there?
Can you put on Kool and the Gang?
Kool and the Gang?
Celebrate good times now?
I'll take it under advisement.
Does that mean no?
Shh. All right. These callers really aren't helping. Let me ask another caller in here. I've got a famous guest. Hi, I would like to welcome you to my radio program, Famous Guest, known by many the world over. First for his partnership with the less well-known Art Garfunkel, and later for his solo career, which included sassy songs with shiny videos filmed in Africa. Yes, who am I talking about? Is it Phil Collins? Sudi, no.
Well, aren't you going to introduce me then?
I forgot who I was talking about.
How could you possibly forget? You were just like halfway through the introduction.
I forgot who I was talking about. Why don't you tell me, who are you?
I'm trying to remember too.
Claude Debussy.
I'm not Claude Debussy.
You don't sound like a Claude Debussy.
No, I'm not.
Are you Prince Charles?
No, but that's a better guess.
Are you Sir Walter Raleigh?
Bingo! Sir Walter Raleigh. That's who I am.
You know, I always kind of pictured you as having a more manly voice, Sir Walter Raleigh. And yet listening to you now, I think, hey, maybe you're not such a sissy after all, Eric.
Hi. Are you calling me a sissy?
Hold on. You sound like another friend of mine.
Are you saying Sir Walter Raleigh sounds like somebody else you know?
Yes. Open. Is that you?
No.
Open.
Yeah, it's me.
Open. For the listening audience out in Radio Land, I'd like to clarify. Open is a blind, Victorian era British orphan boy who spent the first few years of his life living high on the hog with loving parents.
Yeah, and then they died.
Well, they are now dead. I don't think it's quite fair to say they died.
They died in an accident.
A gun accident.
Yeah, my parents were irresponsible with guns.
They had them locked in a safe.
It was hard to get them out.
So, how exactly did your parents die?
I shot each of them 16 times. It was an accident because I'm blind. Blind people can't shoot other people because they can't see them.
Okay, well, how did you manage to hit each of them 16 times then?
I was very, very unlucky.
I see. Why did you fire 16 shots?
32 in total.
Why fire 32 shots?
That's how many total bullets there were.
And you hit each of your parents 16 times?
Yes,
Completely by accident.
of course, I'm blind.
I see. Where were your parents anyway?
I waited until they were fast asleep in bed. Dead to the world, you know. That way, they wouldn't move after the first shot.
It sounds to me like you're confessing open.
I'm confessing that I accidentally killed my parents.
By shooting them
Yeah,
in their sleep
yeah,
16 times each.
yeah. Very tragic accident. After all, I'm blind. And now, I'm an orphan.
And you live in Victorian times, too.
Yeah, gruel. It's mostly gruel prior to the 20th century.
It's good advice for time travelers. What to expect when you're expecting to eat breakfast prior to the year 1900.
Gruel.
And,
More gruel.
well, I'm a pretty big fan of gruel.
It's an all gruel diet, supplemented with some weak flat beer for the children and stronger beer for the adults.
Don't you get dehydrated?
Yeah, well, you know, we don't live very long.
How sad for you.
Yeah, sad for them. I survived everything.
Everything?
I survived the nuclear bomb dropped on Hiroshima.
You were in Hiroshima when they dropped the nuclear bomb?
No, that's why I survived it.
That's not that impressive, though.
I don't hear you having survived a nuclear blast.
It doesn't sound to me like you have either.
Touché.
All right, well, that's it for that guest. Goodbye, Open.
Goodbye.
You know, I don't want to make any accusations I can't sustain, but it kind of sounds like Open's on benzos tonight. He's not usually that chill. Listen, sometimes it's worth it just to peer into the mind of Minolta and see, untethered, relaxed, added up and benzoed down, what it looks like when I'm not in any hurry. This is what it looks like. Very, very slow, 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 slow. Would you like to be a rock and roller like me? Well, first, what you'll need to do is develop a rock and roll attitude. Rock and roll attitudes can include disdain for authority figures, signing women's breasts with a pen, first I'll sign K.E.'s breasts with the pen. Boba Fett, you're next, it's not excluding men. Bring your boobs here. James Corliss, bring your boobs here too. I've got a Sharpie, and I am a heartbeat to boobs that try to get away from me. Rock and roll lifestyle, always signing boobs. Take them out of their agga. Bring the Sharpie to you. Host Eric, there I signed your boobs. That'll wash off in a month. I think you'll probably change your attitude about the wisdom having have had that done when you think about it a little more, but still, hey, that's okay. It's 84 and I'ma sign your boobs. Gonna go around and sign some boobs. Sign some boobs. Make them collectible. Sign some boobs. I got my boobs signed by Motley Crue in 1984. Now what should I do? Haven't washed them in 27 years, and while they get more collectible, they're also getting quite near unbearable to smell. Boob signings. There's been an alarming increase in the rate of boob signings. Marie, are you feeling what I'm feeling? Don't you really want someone to sign your boobs? Yeah, I know. Me too. Let's go. Let's go to a rock concert. It was once said the Eagles were benzos disguised as rot gut whiskey. The Eagles are benzos disguised as rot gut whiskey, huh? That's an interesting set of words. What words be these? What words be these alarming things? Saith the seer forsooth. Salome. Oh yeah, that's right, baby. Uh-huh. Jazz, jazz. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time was slow. Nobody yet to show. Place those slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More you can see when Fucking goddamn it, I have to start right at the beginning one. Alright, remember that, Eric. You gotta start right away, or else you fuck it up. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time was slow, nobody yet to show. Place those slabs below, let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue, tears dashing through. Oh, ripping, unchangingly true, eternally new. Oh, when the slope appears in charge today, options at large show other ways. Chance now, once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork, not easy stopping short, too far along to turn around. Perhaps a better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force, enemy ground. 100,000 million years ago, time ran slow, nobody yet to show. Place those slabs below, let them go, they will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through, will hold the slabs coming to view. Unchangingly true and eternally new. But when the slope appears, charge today, options at large show other ways. Give each a chance now, once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork, not easy stopping short, too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course is headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force, enemy ground. Was 100,000 million years ago. Well, I didn't play great, but I may use some variation of those drums to play too. We shall see. An actual critic said that, but he said Valium instead of benzos. The Quaalude is the ancestral benzo. It's the protoform of what we now abuse. Well, the Quaalude is the benzo's ancestor. The protoform of what we now abuse. The Quaalude is ancestor to the barbiturate. The Quaalude is ancestor to benzos. The Quaalude's a barbiturate. Valium, I think's an early benzo. Maybe still barbiturate, but I don't think so. I don't think so. If you can't find the answer, unwind the benzo then. Anxiety otherwise will be your friend. Wrong chord. They call me wrong chord. Failure Ford. My name is Wrong Chord Failure Ford. How much failure can one man pack into 1 minute of one life in 1 second, forever without stopping? These are the days of our lives. Is this the day of my life? Sometimes it's hard to tell. What's important? What matters? What matters, what splatters, what scatters, and what shatters. That's how you can divide the whole universe. Let's break all things in reality to four things that splatter, things that shatter, things that scatter some more, and things that require a ladder, of course, and that makes four. It's obvious to anybody with my intuition that's so strong and vigorous. There's four things that the universe divides into. Those four things all rhyme. They start with splatter in time, then go to shatter in time, scatter in time, seeking ladder in time until they're done, in which case they go back and put the ladder where it belongs, in the outdoor shed, not in the garage where we'll bump our heads. Gotta put it back or someone will yell. And I'll always wonder if I had done it well. Perhaps I wouldn't have got yelled at for that. And so now I think hard before I ever put it back. Returning objects where they go. Hey, here's an object, can you locate its place? I thought I had it on the shelf near my maze, but now it's gone, I think you took it maybe. I saw you heading off to morning class G, and I know your mess broke in your last maze fight with Bob. You had said you were interested in robbing me of my morning star, and all those circumstances multitude made me conclude that this is no mystery. You stole it. You stole my morning star. It's got the spikes and the ball and the chain and the stick, and I was swinging it so far. I've got a squabble later today. Might need that morning star to win the way. And you have lost it. Why have you lost it? I named her Morning, the morning star, star prophet. Oh, now bring me back my morning star. Someone needs to get hit by a bar. Somebody needs to get stabbed by his spikes in the side of their head or somewhere they like. It's a friendly kind of morning star leak. Everybody's nice and friendly. Sure, there's lots of fiddlehead and cherries, but that's to be expected. At the Morning Star Enthusiast Party Time Sparring Club, it's enthusiasm, times and sparring jump. It's a place where you can swing your morning star all around. You can hit everybody from their head to the ground. Morning Star Party, Morning Star Party, Morning Star Party for me. I'll get the stick with the chain and thick, and I'll big around free. I'll get the part with the spikes, and I'll swing it all around real fast. And just as you're not expecting, into your face it'll smash and leave a bunch of little spiky holes while blood pours out from them to floor. And I'll say ha 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 ha, got you with my morning star. That's the funniest prank that I ever have seen. And if you ever get out of the hospital and see, I think you'll enjoy the video we took of it, you see, because Morning Star Party is never any good until an ambulance arrives. song's called Morning Star Party. First came the behavior, then came the stories. That's what I believe all gonna make sense to me. Of course, behavior wasn't behavior till we had named it such and told it a story. And as a consequence, we don't recall any of life before language at all. Without the words, consciousness is only real time. Remember, we've got two ways of cogniting. One communicative and one that sings. One experiential that's different too. One made for me and one made for you. Two different ways to cognate, you see. One of them is done experientially, but the other one is turn-based like me and you. What does that tell us? What's the next part of this explanation? Well, you see. You see. What I was gonna say. Yes. Something fantastic again. Start time. I don't know what I was singing about. I'm now singing about start time. In the future, all the clocks will sound like this as they count the seconds past and missed. Sounding sounds of strangeness. In the future, time has ranges, and clocks will always sing from dawn till meow meow meow. Wouldn't it be annoying if clocks got louder and louder and louder as history progressed? That humans hadn't yet figured out that you couldn't change a thing without increasing a vector. That humans were still stuck in this notion that every time you wanted to improve something, you had to increase a vector. Hey, don't you two-way street me, Missy. Remember, we want a strong, firm advocacy that really pisses off at least half the people, okay? Otherwise, what are you doing? Trying to find common ground or something? God, before you know, we're going to be friends. I've had mixed feelings about the last couple of days. I've gotten lots of stuff done, some of it good, not great. I've gotten more stuff done than normally my son, considering it's not a real bottle top. I want to wonder if Abraham was right when he said he thought maybe the name band was better. Certainly this addy's a sweater of awakeness to keep me warm through the cold sleepy times. It makes me productive and freestyling too. I wonder if it's true. I should be long asleep. Eat this by all the speed. Wasn't that many milligrams. Last night had little sleep and had a clonic beat. Yeah, 6:30 or 7. That surely should be enough to put me down for the night, if not just enough me for good. Don't make me act out against it. I don't want to act out. Now look what you made me do. Now you made me nuke Japan. This war could have ended perfectly fine, but you had to be nagging me, Marianne, and I had to nuke Japan accordingly. No, you made me do that by pissing me off. I had no choice. Is that really my fault? Yes. Everything's your fault. You're the chick. Duh. Rock of Ages. Don't fall into the Mediterranean Sea without consulting me first. He's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them, but every time he tries, they only run at night. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them, till the bridge brings a new approach. Secretly he'll try to secretly he'll try B flat. Duh. Secretly he'll try to encroach up on the guilty then. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them, but every time he tries, they only run at night. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them, until the bridge brings a new approach. Secretly he'll try to encroach up on the guilty then. Guitar. What a thwiggity thwack of a thwackle. It's a thwiggity thwacker and a thwackle of thwar. Hard to do. Flo left for snow an hour ago. Even though everybody said, wait, no, she couldn't stay, it'd be wrong. She'd already been there too long. Now I get the hang of it. Just gonna play the instrumental. Fucking. Flow up for snow an hour ago, even though everybody said, wait, no, she wouldn't stay, she had to go. She'd already been there too long. Florence would take me in her head. She left me the words in her head. Something refined, traveled to the west, picked up the kid, saw what was best, traveled more, and I could use some new kind of words. This song has too many parts and it could go short. Fewer to say, I'd probably be more successful. But anyway, I could put in some sort of words that makes them sincere. Then I could shift from here to the B. Then it would go up so gradually, up to the D and then to the E, down to the B. I don't know the bridge part. I'm just devolving into mush in my way, the way that I do. Everybody's got their ups and downs. You could call it their viscosity. By this analogy, that which is more solid is good, or at least more solid like wood. Humans' viscosity, exciting line of inquiry. I know my experience and my thoughts is bigger, but I thought within me I could get a vicar to resolve the conflict between the part of me that wants to be a dick and that which wants to care, or at least not be subjected to unfair critique predicated on weak capacity. Weak capacity for grace. Back in my 20s, I just wanted to play. Later in my 20s, I wanted to be good. Later in my early 30s, maybe my delusion started slowly to fade away. It's interesting how inverse it seems to go when least capable, most confident though, and when I was fully incapable of accomplishing anything worth hearing at all. I had a lot of misplaced confidence, and I don't even know what. It turned out, 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 everybody's doubt was well placed. My confidence, whether it was meager or great, always was overstated. When first I really sucked, I thought, hey. When first I sucked, I thought, hey, hooray. When first I sucked, I thought, hey, look at me. Yesterday I couldn't even play a chord, and G is now within my ability to play. Ability to play, 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 play. Ability to play. I just wanna write a super awesome rock song, something that will stick around a long time, 'cause it's better than most, true to the form. Archetypally, surprising in adequate ways without being arbitrarily strange. That means a better structure than that can't end in 24 seconds. If you wanna think anybody's gonna find that some sort of rock and roll weirdness, you are wrong. They'll just say, hey, that's beneath my notice. It's no damn good. Hey, that's beneath my notice. It's not any good at all, at all, at all, at all, at all. And the reason it's not any good is it's not planned or written down. And you lack SI that in less benzo times you'd have down. You can't recall the topic of the songs you start. Halfway through the lyrics, you forgot the start. What was this one about? I don't recall. Was this about a mouse I caught in the hall? Was it about a lady up to no good? Grew from a well and climbed up into the wood. This wasn't something I wanted you to see, but I have little choice but to be me, even with it's ill-advised. Even when I wish I could be otherwise, it seems my thighs are bigger than my stomach size, and that's okay. Big stomachs comparatively to stomachs, eyes, and knees are fairly common G's. You needn't get alarmed. Don't start saying stuff is wrong with you. You've got psychosomatic beauty issues. You totally look just fine. You've got psychosomatic ugly. You're beautiful in everywhere but your own mind. Fucking goddamn it, Eric. You fucking constant fuck. Failure fuck. Stop being a failure fuck. Fuck failure. You can't help it. It's built into you, fucking failure. Thanks, Eric. That was very kind of you. Well, you deserve it, so shut the fuck up. Fair enough. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine's tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work of life rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. And now his mind is back on his business, thinking changing factless to listless. Oh, how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. And Gerald's telling you there's too much to do, and he drops time in the underview. Too much to rebut, so where, now, and what? Too much time spent nitpicking the skew with you. Gerald has a thought. T-H-O-T. He's got a T-H-O-T thought. When you're rolling along, ontological inertia seems to take over. When you're rolling along, the speed's going strong, but she's not exactly over. The inclination to go to bed, clawing up and pushing you to lay your head down on that pillow and relax, get some sleep. Still inertia pushes forward like a train that crosses the border. It keeps on rolling all along, barring derailment. That train got a stalemate with those tracks on which it stays, just like my days. If you think you need another river and another time, you're not necessarily wrong. There were other ways. People were free, could disappear for days, and now it's not possible. Clear IDs, DNA, optical scanners, she's everything from passwords to my butt crack is checked as a means of establishing who I am. Quickly, I forgot what this song was about. Haven't been up far too long. mixing benzos and amphetamines. They say benzos have an amnesic quality. I'm a testimonial voting yes on Proposition G. If that's what Proposition G says about that stuff there, I'd agree. Klonopin loses one memory for each hair. Oh, for fuck's sake. When the barriers really break down and I'm just not paying attention to you or anything, and just miggity mine, it's floaty. It's just like, what's this thing in my hand that I'm doing, you know? It's a magical mystery. I keep thinking Rachel's got to be in the room. Of course, she hasn't been in here in ages. It's the cat that's right next to me. What I need to do is become the Zen Buddha master. Then I don't have to ever try. Everything's just instantly successful. Who do you think offers the best stuff in exchange for your faith? There were those who would say perhaps the Muslims gonna have that way. Of course, if you're not that martyr up dude, not sure Islam has anything that's applicable to you. So let's check the second option, Christianity. Promises you forgiveness and a place in heaven. That sounds like a pretty good deal, minus all the virgins. But I'm not at all convinced that virgins are what were surgeons before they had their eggs turned into caviar. What would I do with 40 virgins? Go on outings to the park, be responsible for this massive group of giggling girls and go, what the fuck is this, some kind of performance art? I don't want 40 virgins, don't want even 39. I don't need no 38 or 28 or 9. Don't think I really want even a single one, at least not if its purpose is to have that undone. No. Virgin humping, something you can do in high school. Your religion kind of worries me, promising me virgins in the afterlife. For fuck's sake, I'm 50 years old. Maybe the wig threw you off. It does take years off my visage. Nevertheless, the virgin deal's off. I don't accept that payment for my sacrifice. I'm calling to check to make sure these virgins I've been promised aren't non-transferable. I plan to treat them exactly like NFTs. Alright, so I own that virgin because blockchain technology has rendered her into a non-fungible token people can collect from all over the ocean. Hey, have you got that NFT. I want an NFT with all my tokens, so fungible G. Ain't it time for me to get one that ain't fungible at all? Instead, not a kind of coin, it'll be something in my lawn. It'll give me something kind of special, like a unique digital object of ones and zeros. That's my package of ones and zeros. You can tell I've written my name on it in permanent marker, just like I signed everyone's boobs with. Permanent indelible marker, bolstered in its effectiveness with the addition of lead. Here's the deal. I think one thing that we all know is in the olden days, whatever it is you wanted to use, there was a better version of it than they have now. And the main difference was it had lead in it. Like it used to be you wanted to get some badass paints, right? What's the first thing you do? You reach in your jar of lead that you keep in your kitchen and you dollop a dollop of lead into your paint, and all of a sudden it's like, wow, that paint's so much better now. Am I still drawing tarot cards? Probably not right this second. I do need to lie down and get some sleep because I got a typing at 10. And then I've got, I suppose it's going to storm tomorrow. We're going to have rain and stuff. I've got a typing at 10, a scything again at Ben's friend's send-in, and then something else. Eating dinner with my dad, watching football tomorrow, and I'm blowing up Argentina. That's right. All of it. And what I mean by blowing it up, I mean inflating it. I'm inflating it. Okay. Like a balloon. What is this thing? Poem. Poememe, yeah. TWFP. Okay. That's done. And inflate Argentina later. If you've got, I believe the over-under for the country of Argentina. Thanks, Bobby son. If you have the over-under on the country of Argentina at say 5.5 feet above sea level, believe me, once I get it fully inflated, it's going to go at least 10 feet. So take the over. Okay. Goodbye, friends. I love you. Thank you for being here despite my incredibly boring live streaming. You're wonderful people for indulging me so. All 5 of you.